While we wait for our next rider, it will be for Germany. The teams that we still have to bring you in round one are Germany, Belgium, Portugal and France, and of course Monaco are still yet to start as they only have 3 riders. 4 riders can be brought forward and we have 3 counting scores. We have 1 drop score. So far, Great Britain and Italy have clears. Ireland and Spain have 4 faulting rounds. Switzerland on the 16. Sweden, unfortunately, with the elimination. Well, Germany are always a strong team. And they field Joy Anna Meineke as their first rider. Joy Anna rides Caparita, an 11-year-old mare by Carambol. She's had quite a bit of time over in Riesenbeck in the early part of this year and the end of last year competing her horses. This is one that she's competed internationally since 2022. Just didn't quite get the right shot in to the double, but Caparita very much helped her out there. And then that had a little bit of a knock-on effect to the upright with the water tray beneath there. Well, there's that wall that we said is one to keep an eye out on, having its presence felt once again. Unfortunately, that means it's all over for Joy Anna Meineke and Caparita. Sadly, 2 eliminations in a row there. Certainly is a place to keep an eye on. It's not the easiest by any stretch. So we move on then to Belgium, to Jérôme Denute with Humour Noir de Crâne. Humour Noir just getting quite strong there coming away from this fence, certainly not lacking in energy. This combination competed at our first leg of the series at Centaur Park and jumped a lovely double clear. And that was actually the first international show for Jérôme with this horse. This horse was with Ruben Romp of the Netherlands previously. 16-year-old gelding, so knows his job well. And another clear on the record. Jérôme Denute is getting an exceptional Nations Cup record built up, and especially with this horse, another clear. Very, very impressive indeed. And of course, an excellent start for the Belgian team. Well, we are now seeing our first rider in for Portugal. It's Diana Ferreira Pinto with Action Boy Z. Diana competed at the European Championships last year for Team 10th with the horse Escudi. Action Boy is a ride that she's taken on from Sebastião Ferreira Pinto. And he competed this horse up to the meter 45 level. So again, fairly experienced horse. Very ably piloted by Diana. Just the one down, and a pretty quick time for Diana Ferreira Pinto. She's under the 70-second mark. So let's go to the home team now. They are led by Olivier Bost, their chef d'équipe, and Chloe Tehami is their first rider in, with Contessa de Tigi Z. Chloe has competed at a number of high-profile venues around France with a couple of her horses. And this is the highest of horses that this horse has tackled. Doing really well. Moving through here. Clear then, and another very quick time for Chloe Tehami. So we go back to Italy then. They were our first team in earlier on today, and we continue on with their second rider now. It's Maria Vittoria Gaffuri. And Matilda rides Caffeine de Roche. Maria is quite an experienced competitor. She's jumped in multiple children's Grand Prix over the past year or so. Had a great show in February at Busto Arsizio in Italy, where she had a win and a 7th place. She hasn't been riding this horse for too long, just for about 6 months, and previously this one was with Francesca Ripamonti. Well, absolutely sails over the final fence, and Italy couldn't be off to a better start. 2 clears in this Children's Nations Cup, this Prix Laboratoire LPC. Extremely impressive start from the Italians. So let's go back to Switzerland then now, to Lorena Stella Hauri. Lorena's mount is E. Borussia, who is a 15-year-old mare. Swiss team have a score of 16, and that's the score they would ideally like to drop if they can. So Lorena has a bit of pressure on her shoulders to try to secure a stronger finish than that. It isn't her first Nations Cup appearance. In fact, she jumped at the Nations Cup final with this horse last year and jumped in Deelsdorf, Zurich in the summer in the Nations Cup with this horse as well, just dropping a pole in each round. Well, another pretty quick time, and it's a clear for Lorena Stella Hauri. Exactly what the Swiss team wanted. It keeps them in the game. Let's now turn it to Monaco. Their first rider, Sophia Aurelia Georges, with flyaway Sunhip. The Monaco team is led by Philippe Rosier. Sophia Aurelia doesn't have too many international starts on her CV. Competes in the pony category as well. And this horse is one that she's just been riding this year. She's jumped in some of the amateur classes in Nice and some 1-stars in Saint-Tropez earlier on this month. And this horse was with a Norwegian rider prior to that, Elise Åserud Gers. Again, just the wall causing some problems. Getting our reins quite long here, but not a problem to the last. So 4 is going to be the score for our Monégasque rider. So on to Ireland once again now then. We had that 4 faulting round from Charlie Flynn, and it's the turn of Ted Fagan now. Ted's ride is Consol. This is the horse that he rode in the Nations Cup at Centaur Park at leg 1. And he jumped clear in round 2. He's picking up 7 in round 1. He's also had Nations Cup appearances back last year as well. But this 14-year-old mare has been ridden to quite a few high-profile young rider shows with the likes of Emma Sofia Spanko of the Czech Republic as well. Has a little bit of a look at the wall, but not a problem for this fairly experienced pair. And there we have it. Ted Fagan gets the exact clear that the Irish team wanted. A 4 under clear again puts them in a very strong position. Let's go back to Spain now then. Just that one fault from, the one fence down, the 4 faulting round from Nicolas Cobo Terran, and Alexandra Hurst is their second rider. Alexandra's ride is Corellien. And this is her first Nations Cup appearance. She has been jumping here in Compiègne for the last week or so. She's had a couple of wins with her other horse Herbie and jumped Corellien in a metre 30 speed class for 10th place. Quite steady into the double, but gets through. Having a bit of a look into the bottom of some of these fences, she'll need to be quite forward to the wall. No problem. Excellent round for the young Spanish rider. It's neck and neck with Ireland now, a 4 and a clear. Very strong performances from them. So swiftly back to Great Britain then to Honey Bowes. Honey rides Javas LCID. She isn't a rider with a huge amount of international experience. In fact, this is her first international start. Javas LCID is just 8 years old, is by Louis Dam, out of a mare by Cruising. Final pole just has a slight rattle, but it's just the one down for Honey Bowes of Great Britain. Again, they are neck and neck with Ireland and Spain. And we'll come to their scores there, to come to see what their scores are in comparison to each other as we continue on, because of course we need to count 3 scores. But each of those teams could finish on a 0 score, as could Italy and Switzerland. Go on to Sweden now then. They are not in such a strong position. Hannah Blomberg is their second rider with Minnie. Of course, Sweden had that unfortunate elimination from Hendrik Groen. And so that means that the following 3 riders' scores must count. Minnie is a horse that she's jumped up to this 125 height of fences. They were 5th in the in-between class at Centaur Park. And what we mean by that is that we have the Nations Cup, and then in between the 2 rounds we have some individuals competing. She was quite close to the water there, but seems to have got away with that. Gave a good forward ride to the wall, and oh, that's such a shame. The wall came off well, but unfortunately the triple combination is not their friend today, so that is really unfortunate. It's a double elimination for Sweden, and as they need to have 3 counting scores, that sadly means that their team will be eliminated as well. So unfortunate. What a shame for the Swedish team. A real shame for them. Well, the pressure also will be on our next rider. For Germany, it is Luna Hagedorn with President CL. So again, Germany had that unfortunate elimination for Joy Anna Meinecke. And so now we need to have 3 counting scores. Luna Hagedorn must finish, otherwise her team will be suffering the same fate as Sweden. I imagine the pressure will be on Luna even more, as this is a new ride for her. The former ride of Ismael Garcia Roque of Spain, and this is just a 9-year-old gelding. But he has been experienced up to the meter 45 level. A nice forward riding now into the triple, which has caught a few people out. Lovely, honest horse. Lovely jumping through there. And great to the final fence as well. Germany are still in the game. A brilliant clear from Luna Hagedorn with that new ride, President CL. So back to Belgium. They have a clear already, and Maurice Riquier is their second rider. Casino Royale van der Hunters is the horse, who is by Carico out of a mare by Contender. This combination was second in the in-between class at Centaur Park. But he's jumped Casino Royale up to the meter 30 level, so again, these fences height-wise shouldn't be a problem, but still keep an eye out for this water jump. No problems there, and of course that wall as well. Maurice uses his body really well to get the balance back there for fence 9. Well, great jumping there from Maurice Riquier. It's another clear for Belgium. 2 clears now for Belgium and 2 for Italy. Those two teams looking extremely strong in this competition. Next up, we turn to Portugal once again, to Thomas Sabinho Gonçalves, whose mount this morning is Forcaman do Rosel. A First Nations Cup appearance for Thomas, and only his second start internationally at a meter 25. Oh, sees a very long one to number 5, but stays up. He's competed successfully up to a meter 20 so far, but lots of 110 starts. Really gets a little bit stuck after that water tray fence, but again has a little look at the water but gets over it fine. Oh, that's a shame. They need to be able to get the control back and get the balance back before that upright. And sadly, I think we could see this coming. Unfortunately, the wall is not something that Forcomandu Rosel likes the look of. So unfortunately, that's going to be elimination, as we have had another circle earlier on as well. So that's a shame because Portugal only have 3 riders, and so as we know, we need to have 3 counting scores, and so with 1 elimination, it is also all over for Portugal. Back to the home team though, to France. Louise Sayo is next up with her ride Coldplay of Scylla. France have that clear already, looking to stay level with Italy and Belgium on the 2 clears. This combination were 3rd in the Meter 25 Amateur Grand Prix in Cluny earlier on this month. Coldplay of Scylla is a 12-year-old stallion. Well, that triple combination catches Louise Sayo out a little bit as well. It's 8 in total. That's 66.83 on the clock is a very quick time. But of course, we just need to be inside the time allowed. Back to Italy now then. And Sherry Delphi Machinas is up next with Viti. Italy have those 2 clears already. A 3rd would mean that they would be sure to go through to round 2 with nothing to add. We're having a bit of a look at some of the fences here, so we could just do with a bit more forward momentum. They're a pretty established combination together, good few Grand Prix together, and Sherry Delphi is also a former Nations Cup rider from last year's running of the series. Great riding, really nicely done, and it's a 3rd clear for Italy. They have got the clean sheet in the bag for round 1. Nothing to add for them at all. So we head back to Switzerland now. Switzerland have that 16 faulting round and the clear. So we really could do with another clear, otherwise we'll be dropping behind Italy. Their 3rd rider is Lara Frotte. Lara's ride this morning is Farley du Châtelier. This is Lara's first international competition with this horse. Her other ride that she had at the back end of last year in the international classes was Lolido. She had a few top 20 placings with that horse. Sadly, fence 9 comes down as well. They really need to get the balance back for that fence. It's absolutely crucial. This horse has been piloted by some really talented riders who, some of whom were in the young rider classes yesterday, like Gaetan Joliat. 2 down for Lara Frotte of Switzerland. So it means then that the minimum score for the Swiss team is 8, even if their final rider jumps clear. That is the minimum score they can carry through. Monaco are a team with only 3 riders. So this is certainly a counting score. They're on a total of 4 at the minute from their first rider. And Amelia Banks-Clark is next up with Uma Z. Sadly, first fence goes for Amelia. It's Monaco to a score of 8 at this early stage. Amelia has competed quite extensively this year down in Saint-Tropez in the one-star competitions. She has a good few horses that she's competing at that level. Again, this horse has been competed by a few good young riders. Also been competed by Matteo Soleri of Italy, Jacob Wells of Australia, Alberto Zorzi of Italy at one point back in 2020 as well. Pretty quick horse, good natural foot speed. And now down to the last, just carrying the 4, and 4 it will be for Amelia Banks-Clark of Monaco. Team total is now 8. Well, things will change quite swiftly for the next 3 teams, potentially. We have 3 teams on a 4 and a clear. Next is Ireland. Robbie Sheehan is their first rider, their next rider up with Fubalia. Ireland, as I say, with that 4 faulting mount and the clear. And as they are neck and neck on that with Spain and Great Britain, we really could do with another clear here to keep them ahead. It is a clear, the clear that Ireland needed. It keeps them within touching distance of finishing on a clean sheet, and it puts the pressure very much on Spain and Great Britain. So for Spain, it's now the turn of Eric Hernani Yalba with Casali. Casali is indeed by Casal, as the name might suggest to you. He is a 14-year-old stallion. Eric has competed this horse in 3 3-star competitions in Valencia. finishing 8th, 3rd and 7th. So pretty strong results and only jumping clear rounds in those competitions as well. 4 clear rounds. But it's a relatively new partnership just from the start of this year. This horse was with a couple of other Spanish riders prior to that. In fact, was competed in the Nations Cup final in 2021 by Candela Martinez Checa Molina. So very much a horse that knows his way around a Nations Cup track. And Eric has proven to be a great partner for this horse with their record so far. Just one fence left to go to hopefully seal another clear. And he gets there perfectly. It's just going to be 2 time penalties though for Eric Hernani Yalba. Remember, we pick up 1 time penalty for every second started over the time allowed. So with a time of 77.45 is 2 penalties over that 76 seconds allowed. Let's go back to Great Britain now then, to Ted Bastian Mason. Ted's mount is Chaco Bay. Another stallion, a 12-year-old this time. So Spain are now on a team total of 2. Great Britain would like to stay level with Ireland on a 0. That is dependent on a clear from Ted Bastian Mason, and unfortunately Chaco Bay is not loving the look of our wall. Once again, that wall is causing some serious problems. What a shame. It's elimination for Great Britain's Ted Bastian Mason. It means that we must have a completion from Lottie Adams. And Great Britain are on a score of 4 as a team. Such a shame. So now on to Sweden once again then. It's Melody Orlinger. Unfortunately, this is something of a individual round, if you like. There is no individual prize in this competition, but Melody has travelled here to Compiègne and would like to compete in this Nations Cup, of course. Unfortunately, her teammates have been eliminated, so without 3 counting scores, it is elimination for the team. Great to see her still tackling this course. It's Low Hill I Know Dat. I'm sure if you have followed this series in the past, you will recognise that horse. And indeed this rider. Two down then for Melody Orlinger of Sweden. But as I say, unfortunately the team are going to be eliminated with 2 eliminations. But good to see her tackling this course anyway. back to Germany now then. Again, we need to keep the fences up here. It's Noemi Sunshine Thun with Diakon top diamond. Noemi is the third rider out for Germany, and hers has to be a counting score with the early elimination. Diakon top diamond is only 8 years old. There's a Hanoverian gelding. Neither of this pair have any international experience before, but they're certainly going really well here. They've been selected by Peter Turwin based on their national performances. It is clear then for Noemi Sunshine Thun of Germany. They stay on a clean sheet. We just need another one to maintain that. On then to Belgium. 2 clears already on the board for the Belgian team, and Ella Bomere is their third rider. She is a very experienced campaigner in the Nations Cup series. We've seen her several times on the circuit, and in fact in the first leg of the series this year as well. She just dropped 1 pole in round 1. That though was with the horse Moonshine. Here she rides I Watch Vanta Ameldonk Z. This horse has been with the Bomere family for a while, and she's jumped the Nations Cups with this horse last year. Just won down in Lamprechtshausen last year. She also placed third in the Children's Grand Prix of Valkenswaard last summer, but has been competing up to the metre 40 level. Just started to do that over in Lier. Just one down for Ella Bomere, and she's just inside that time allowed. 75 seconds is her score. She's just over 75 seconds. So inside the time allowed for her, and Belgium could still finish on a clean sheet. There's just 1 pole down between their 3 riders so far. Will Portugal bring forward their final rider now, but with only 3 riders in the team and 1 elimination, unfortunately it's going to be all over for them. All ready? We turn to Eduarda Borges with Major's Pleasure. This pair were 5th in the metre 25 Grand Prix at Lier. And that was Eduarda's first show with this horse, so this is only her second. Mario Prieto of Portugal was the rider of this horse prior to that. Well, the last fence goes down for Eduarda Borges. comes home with 12, but as we know, it's unfortunately elimination for the Portuguese team. So, the home team are up next. For France, it's Zoé Vaguion-Lede with Arcana Messipierre. Zoe is a really experienced rider. We've got some serious pace here following this refusal. Yeah, and good the second time for number 5. This horse is really very quick indeed. She needs to not let that get away from her. She is, as I say, a really experienced rider, competed extensively up to the metre 30 level and jumped at the Nations Cup final last year with this horse. Good to the wall. Needs to be very careful here with this pace. Manages to get through that. She will be a little bit over the time actually as well with the circle, so it's 9 for Zoé Vaguion-Lede, so it means that the minimum score for France is 8. So the final riders of each team come forward now. It's Italy's Giacomo Martinengo Marche, of course we also see Giulia Martinengo Marche competing to a high level. Horse is Lemato Kreis. With whom Giacomo has had plenty of top 10 placings. They were part of the Nations Cup team last year in Deelsdorf, Zurich for a good result. But he has sadly retired here. There's no need really to continue with this round as his teammates already have the 3 clears. So Italy go through on a 0 score. I think Giacomo wanted to have a little bit of a jump around but not stretch things too much and maybe save his horse for round 2. On then back to Switzerland now, to Leonie Alessandra Palloni. Her ride is Jarabella TS. This is Leonie's first Nations Cup appearance. And Jarabella, this 10-year-old mare, is a new ride, horse formerly with Alexis Goulet, who is experienced up to 1.45 m fences, so should be fine here. Huge shot at the water. It is clear for Leonie Alessandra Palloni of Switzerland, so we will be able to drop that score of 16 and we'll count 8 from round 1 for the Swiss team. Final rider for Monaco is going to be Paulina Kostenko with Orienta van het Ordgoed. A horse owned by Larissa Kostenko. Monaco already have those 2 4-vaulting rounds. So they're on a score of 8. We need a clear here to keep them level with the likes of Switzerland. Paulina is another rider who has been competing extensively in Saint-Tropez this year so far. Also competed at the European Championships. That was with her horse Noblesse van der Donkerve. Was in fact her second European Championships. Lovely honest jumping horse here. And good down to the last, so she does get the clear, and Monaco will stay on a team total of 8. Our final rider for Ireland is Sam Widger, with his ride Jeronice Diesenbeck Z. This pair were part of the 4th placed Children's Nations Cup team at Centaur Park, and again quite a forward-going horse, but Sam's doing really well to maintain that control, using his seat, using his body. So Ireland have now got another fence down. That will put them onto a score of 4 as a team. Oof, again another one being caught out by our wall. Sadly then, it will be elimination for Sam Widger, but it's a team score of 4 for Ireland. We can discount that elimination. On then swiftly to Spain. We're on a score of 2 at least for now. And unfortunately, at fence 2, it is not going the way that Paula Regil Cunharo would like. Her ride is Erald Soge. And sadly, at fence 2, we have a refusal. Just having her circling here while we wait. Just waiting for the fence to be reconstructed, and now Paula Regil Cunharo can restart. And over the second time. Oh, Paula Regil Cunharo is now shoving some really nice jumping after having got over that early refusal. Puts Spain up to a score of 6. Does very well at the wall. But unfortunately also not to be at the triple combination. So that will be elimination for Paula. But we will discount that. She is the final rider of the teams, and so Spain take a score of 6 from round 1. Actually puts them in 3rd place out of the teams that have completed. Lottie Adams is the final rider for Great Britain. We have that unfortunate elimination for Ted Bastian Mason, but Lottie Adams with Khaleesi OI are the final combination in. And Great Britain on a clear and a 4. So we are ideally looking for a clear to keep them on a score of 4. They would go joint 2nd if Lottie is able to do that. Khaleesi is just an 8-year-old mare by Diamont de Semi and owned by Georgina Adams. This is this horse's first international competition. And in fact, it is Lottie's as well. Puts in the extra stride down to fence 9, just to be sure that they have their careful approach there. Really careful riding, and Lottie Adams, just 1 fence left. Oh, what a shame, just clips that final fence. Ah, agony. So we discount the elimination. Great Britain have a score of 8. They are tied with Switzerland and Monaco. Ahead of them, Spain on 6, Ireland on 4, Italy on a 0 score. Well, Viggo Bergstrand opts to start in this competition. Sadly, the team are eliminated, but Viggo is entitled to compete himself, of course, with Ivan. Viggo Bergstrand just taking some time to have a look at the water. He competes in the Pony Nations Cups as well. In fact, competed in both the ponies and children's categories at Centaur Park as well. Jumped clear and then just 1 pole down at Centaur Park with Ivan in the Children's Nations Cup there. Well, we now learn why Viggo Bergstrand was keen to show Ivan the water. Hardly a refusal there. Double refusal for Viggo Bergstrand. It's a really not the day for the Swedish team, and that will be another elimination, sadly. So 3 eliminations. The team are, of course, eliminated. On to Germany once again then now. They again have 1 elimination, but 2 clears as well. So whatever their final rider, Mia Meinert, can do will be added to their score. Dimara is her horse. 10-year-old mare by Diamaro. Well, Mia has competed in a few Grand Prix with her horses and ponies, still rides in the pony category as well. Those latest competitions for her were in Hagen back in July of last year. Did have a win there with Dimara in a 120 class. Very good to the water. Really clear, oops. Well, a good attempt at getting the control back, but unfortunately she was into the wing. Down comes the fence. And this pace is just now dropping the poles down. Final fence stays up, but it's 16 jumping penalties for Mia Meinert, which means with the elimination it's a total team score of 16 for Germany. Well, just 2 riders remain in round 1. The next is Robin Vermeer. Robin is one of the most experienced competitors in the field. She's competed at 2 European Championships, those being the Pony Europeans though. That great pony she has. Oh, excuse me, we should be on to Robin Vermeer here. Yes, indeed, this is Robin Vermeer, of course, of Belgium, with Copacabana of the Paddocks Z, so it's not our Italian rider you see on your screen. Well, Robin Vermeer's experience goes from strength to strength, and it's a clear for the Belgian rider. Will drop the score of 4, and Belgium are also at the top of the tree with that score of 0 from round 1. Portugal as a team have of course already finished if you're expecting to see them, and they are sadly eliminated. Well, our final rider is for the home nation of France. It's Luna Bensard. And Luna rides Gralane AA. France have the clear, the 8 and the 9. So again, we need a clear to hold them on a score of 8, ideally. Again, she's a former Nations Cup rider. With her other rides, not so far with Gralane. This is her first appearance of the Nations Cups with this horse. And it's a horse that she's just started riding this year. You can see they're already off to a great start in their partnership. Really smart little horse. Really looking for the fences. One left to jump then for Luna Bensard. And a very quick time as well, 70.03. 4 is going to be the score, so France will finish on a team total of 12 as we drop the score of 9. Well, that concludes round 1 of this Prix Laboratoire LPC, the Children's Nations Cup competition. Our final rider has competed, and the top 8 will go through to round 2. The teams we lose will be Portugal and Sweden. Unfortunately, those teams were eliminated. We also will lose Germany on that score of 16. France will come back in 8th place on a score of 12. And then we have 3 teams on a score of 8. They are Great Britain, Monaco and Switzerland. Spain sit in 4th with that score of 6. Ireland are in 3rd place with a score of 4. And at the top of the tree, we have 2 teams on a clean sheet. They are Italy and Belgium. They'll come back in reverse order of those placings, so do stay with us for that. In the meantime, we have some individual competitors to bring you. It is the in-between children's class. They'll tackle the same course, and 21 combinations will be coming forward in that competition before we then bring you the second round of this Nations Cup. So with 20 competitors, you can anticipate that might be 45 minutes to an hour. The in-between class is due to start at 11:10 local time, so it's 10:10 if you are watching in the UK. So we should be back with round 2 of this Nations Cup for you at just before 12 PM local time, so just before 11 if you are watching in the UK. Stay with us, we're bringing you all of this live on FEI TV.
makes a man great? Is it the things he does? Making a lot of huge mistakes. The road that he take. If it'll lead to love, maybe I gotta pull my weight. If it'll lead to love, if it'll lead to love, if it'll lead to love, if it'll lead to love. Do you see me on the wrong side of the road? Kinda texting while I'm driving through the snow. If it'll lead to love, if it'll lead to love, if it'll lead to love, if it'll lead to love. What makes a man stop and think about the life he's living? Focuses on what he is taking instead of giving. Hopeless in of it, his hope is soon up. Living in the past and never growing, no. If it'll lead to love, if it'll lead to love, if it'll lead to love, if it'll lead to love. Do you see me on the wrong side of the road? Kinda texting while I'm driving through the snow. If it'll lead to love, if it'll lead to love, if it'll lead to love, if it'll lead to love.
just to understand what's going on, baby. If you see something in my eye, let's not overanalyze. Don't go too deep with it, baby. So let it be what it'll be. Don't make a fuss and get crazy over you and me. Here's what I'll do, I'll play loose. Not like we have a day with destiny. It's just a little cruise. Not like caffeine every time we touch. It's just some little thing. Not like everything I do depends on you. Oh, la, la, la. Oh, la, la, la. It's raising my adrenaline. You're waiting on the heart attack. Please don't make too much of it, baby. You said the word forevermore. That's not what I'm looking for. All I can commit is to maybe. So let it be what it'll be. Don't make a fuss and get crazy over you and me. Here's what I'll do, I'll play loose. Not like we have a day with destiny. It's just a little cruise. Not like caffeine every time we touch. It's just some little thing. Not like everything I do depends on you. It's just a little cruise. Not like caffeine every time we touch. It's just some little thing. Not like everything I do depends on you. I was found to just move on, to forgive and forget. Let our past stay in the past and try to just be friends. I tried to reach out, just wanted to see how you were doing without me. We haven't talked for weeks now, nothing lately deep down. You moved on peacefully. 'Cause when you left for the summer, I wanted to come back to each other again. But if you can't keep a promise, then let's leave the water under the bridge. 'Cause when you left for the summer, I wanted to come back to each other again. But if you can't keep a promise, then let's leave the water under the bridge. I don't know what I did wrong to push you far away. There was so much left unsaid, but I wanted you to stay. I tried to reach out, just wanted to see how you were doing without me. I guess I was hoping you'd find your closure and agree to disagree. 'Cause when you left for the summer, I wanted to come back to each other again. But if you can't keep a promise, then let's leave the water under
All I see is you and me, holding on to love until eternity. We got something sacred, so just help me you believe it, 'cause I never want you leaving. All I know is fate don't lie, said that we could make it to the end of time, counting all the years ahead of us to build a future. Promise me I'll never precious moments, can you taste them before you're covered by the clouds? No fading, endless love, never aging, stuck free falling in a circle that spins us round and round. Precious moments.
depend on you. Doesn't matter where we are. Doesn't matter where we are. Doesn't matter, no. If there's a moment when it's perfect, we'll carve our names as the sun goes down. Hey, as the sun goes down. Hey.
Well, good morning once again, or good afternoon to you, depending on where you are watching from. Welcome back to this Prix-Laboratoire LPC, the Children's Nations Cup competition from Leg 2 of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series held in Compiègne in France. We have 8 teams coming forward for the second round of this competition. And those 8 teams will kick things off for us with Team France, the home nation. They come forward on a score of 12 from round 1. Rider is going to be Chloe Tehami once again with the ride Contessa de Tuy Z. Chloe jumped clear in round 1 with this 14-year-old mare. And hers was the best performance in round 1 from the French team. They're led by their chef d'équipe, Olivier Bost. And he led them to victory in the Young Rider Nations Cup yesterday afternoon. Of course, they are looking for a good result in today's competition, but they're also looking for maximum points for the series. Our course is designed by Cédric Longis, and he is assisted by Arnaud Nessi, Jan Gemard and Manu Echner. Time allowed around this course is 76 seconds, and we have 12 obstacles with 15 jumping efforts, so 1 triple and 1 double combination in there. But Chloe Tehami gets things off to a fantastic start for us, and is going to seal a double clear for herself and a clear round for France. Now, in terms of points, things are quite tightly packed in this competition. Not much wiggle room at all between the remaining teams. So France on that score of 12. Our next team up, which is Switzerland, are on a score of 8. So just 1 pole separates them, and so things can change very quickly in this second round. It is the turn of Switzerland's Matilda Larsen with Billy Pablo. Matilda picked up 16 in round 1, but hers was the drop score, and so Switzerland have a score from round 1 of 8. As we take a look around this course, they come back out of the shadows of the trees, back into the light for this double combination at 6. And a little related distance down to fence 7 before this fence, which has caught a good few people out. It's the water, always pretty eye-catching, and some horses have taken a disliking to that before they get the balance back for fence 9 and upright. 10 is this eye-catching wall, and again that's caught a few people out. And then they head to the triple combination, also being problematic, quite tightly packed in this area of the course in terms of those problem areas. But Matilda Larsen absolutely puts all of her issues behind her from round 1 and seals the clear round for Switzerland. Keeps them in a very strong position indeed, as we have a couple of teams, 3 teams in fact, coming forward on a score of 8. The next of those is Great Britain. Their next rider is Rosie Smith with Fruzelli, this former ride, or main ride of Holly Smith. Rosie now in the saddle for this Children's Nations Cup. They jumped clear in round 1. We have some lovely jumping horses here, and Fruzelli certainly a really experienced one. He's jumped up to the metre 60 level, right in those 5-star competitions. The wall no problem for this pair as well. As she heads down well inside the time allowed, and for Rosie Smith, It is another clear round. Double clear for the first rider for Great Britain, Rosie Smith with Holly Smith's Fruselli. Well, our other team on 8 is Monaco, but they only have 3 riders in their team, so we'll turn first to Spain, as they have the 4 riders. Their first rider is Nicolas Cobo-Terran with Xanadu de Olid. This pair dropped 1 pole in round 1. Spain on that team score of 6. Keeps quite tight to the grassed area there, but still then gets the straightness for the double. Nicolas Cobo-Terran is also not wasting any time here. He is well inside his 76 seconds, and he shows a great improvement from round 1 to round 2. 1 down in round 1 and now clear in round 2. Punches the air, very pleased with that. Nothing to add for Spain at this stage. Charlie Flynn is first up for Ireland then, with Elia. 15-year-old gelding with heartbreaker breeding on the dam side. Charlie also just had 1 pole in round 1. Ireland on that team score of 4, the only team to be on a score of 4, but of course Spain are only 2 behind them. So 1 pole down will drop them behind Spain. Coming to the last then, Charlie Flynn for the clear for Ireland. It's 73.66, but he has all of those fences up, so it's clear for the Irish team and they stay on that score of 4. So let's go to Italy now. One of the 2 teams on a clean sheet from round 1. It's Italy and Belgium neck and neck at the top of the tree. Italy's first rider is Andrea Pisani with Serranera, clear in round 1. Well, a pole comes down for Andrea Pisani. Well under the 70 seconds. So an extremely quick round, but one pole down. We'll leave that as a score of 0 for now, because of course we may be able to drop that score. So going on to Belgium then, to Jules Denuté. Oh, Jérôme Denuté, excuse me. We had Jules yesterday. Jérôme Denuté with Humour Noir de Cran. Belgium also on the clear round from round 1, 3 clear rounds and a 4. And Jérôme's was one of those clears. So Italy have that score of 4, and if Jérôme can keep clear here, it would be really valuable and would just give a little bit more room for his teammates. Belgium still looking for a win this week. Again, a quick round, but it is clear for Jérôme Denuté. Double clear for him. So back to our home team now, to France, and to Louise Sayo with Coldplay of Scylla. Louise had 2 fences down in round 1, and we have a clear already in round 2 in Chloe Tahami. So we're looking for another one to try to keep France on that score of 12 and hopefully climb up the ranks. Well, it is clear for Louise Sayo, and strong performances in round 2 could really see France climbing up the rankings. They're on that score of 12, but there is still plenty of time for them to be knocking on the door of the likes of Great Britain, Monaco and Switzerland. So, back to Switzerland once again then. Switzerland's second rider out is Lorena Stella Hauri with E Borussia. She was clear in round 1. Switzerland on the 0 score so far for round 2, but on the 8 from round 1. So we don't want to be adding any more there. She's working on the 4 now, just struggling a little bit to get the control and get the really get things together with Borussia. This little mare is quite opinionated, so it will be one down for Switzerland's Lorena Stella Haury. Monaco then bring forward their first rider. Remember, they only have 3 riders in their squad today. And the first will be Sophia Aurelia Georges with flyaway Sun Heo. Gets quite deep into some of these fences, but she does very well there to then, realise that and pick up the pace. She dropped just 1 pole in round 1, so Monaco on that score of 8. It is clear for Sophia Aurelia Georges. Keeps Monaco on the score of 8. So on to Great Britain now then. Their second rider in will be Honey Bowers. Honey dropped just 1 pole in round 1 with Javas El Cid. Great Britain on the score of 8 from round 1. And this is an interesting point. It's really jumped pretty well, but they go from the shade under the trees into the light for the double. Just all adds to what the horses have to take in around this course. There's plenty to look at. It's quite an advanced course in terms of different types of obstacles and different things to look at, especially the wall there. Honey sees quite a short stride, but comes to the last with nothing to add yet and keeps a clear round. So it's Great Britain with 2 clears in round 2. Honey Bowers puts that 1 pole behind her to get the clear, and Great Britain stay on 8. Alexandra Hurst is going for a look at the water. She did jump clear in round 1, so interesting to see her taking a look at the water there. Corellienne is her ride, and Spain on this score of 6. Once we start to see these second riders, we then start to see the minimum score that they can take through, because only 1 score can be dropped. We have 1 clear for Spain. In fact, we have a lot more clears in round 2 relatively than we did in round 1 already. We have 8, 9 clears already in round 2 and 2 4 faulting rounds. So it's been jumping really well in the second round of this course. Gets quite deep into the double there. Doesn't cause her a problem. And lovely ride down to the last as well for Alexandra Hurst of Spain. She'll just drop that one pole, but we may be able to drop that. Ted Fagan is up next for Ireland. Will Ched jumped clear in round 1. Console is the ride. Ireland on this score of 4. They did have the elimination for Sam Widger. That was at the water. Clear again for Ted Fagan with Console. Double clear for the Irishman, and Ireland stay on that score of 4 as it stands. As we head back to Italy, they have that 4 faulting round, so this could be a crucial stage in the competition for the Italian team. Their second rider is Maria Vittoria Gaffuri with Caffeine de Roche. And because they have that 4, she needs a clear to be able to keep them level with Belgium. Otherwise, they will definitely drop behind. Quickly down to the water, just a little look. Four then for Maria Vittoria Gaffuri. That changes things quite a lot for the Italian team. height of these fences in this competition is 1 meter 25, 1.25 meters. That is the height for the Children's Nations Cup competition. Time allowed 76 seconds here. And that gives you a speed of 350 meters per minute. That's the pace that these riders need to be keeping up. So we go on to Belgium now. And Belgium at the moment are starting to edge away from Italy. Both of those teams came home on a 0 score from round 1. But we do have pole down for our latest competitor, for Maurice Riquier with Casino Royale Van der Hunters. Still, they do have the clear round from Jérôme Denuté, so Belgium might still be able to come home with nothing to add. One down is the eventual result for Belgium's Maurice Riquier. Still in with a chance, but let's go back to France once again. The home team, the first team in our order for today, as they came through in 8th place from round 1. 2 clears already, and Zoe Vaguillon-Ledy is the 3rd rider for the team. She picked up 9 in round 1 and is certainly going pretty quickly here. She had to turn a circle and that's where she added time. But France on the score of 12 from round 1. Ooh, she is seriously going quickly here. That's where she had to take a circle last time, but this is some serious speed. Arcana Messipierre is the ride. And she just clipped a couple of poles in round 1. You know, you still need to have the accuracy. You still need to have the careful riding with the pace. You can see she's struggling a little bit to get Arcana Messipierre back with her. But this horse, this mare is certainly jumping very, very well. She's doing extremely well to manage this. One final fence to go, and this is just incredibly fast. They've ridden that like a jump off. 62.99 is 14 seconds. Well, 13 seconds to be precise, under the time allowed. It's very, very quick. But it's a clear. And so, for sure, France will finish on their score of 12. We have 3 clears now for the French team. So it doesn't matter what their final rider does. Nothing to add for round 2. And that is something to keep your eye on. France sit in 8th place at the moment, but if, for example, Great Britain pick up some penalties, then they will also drop down. Same situation for Monaco. Let's go to Switzerland now then. Their 3rd rider is Lara Frotte with Farley du Châtelier. 2 poles down in round 1. And Switzerland have a 4 so far. So any pole down here means that they, and we do have a pole down, means that they will go onto a score of 12. They are now level with France. Carefully down to those uprights. And good through the triple. Coming down to the last again, a pretty quick time. So she will just finish on the 4. Fairly good round for Lara Frotte. Puts Switzerland onto a team total of 12. They are neck and neck with France. And we'll see how that plays out in terms of time, if they are tying on their penalties. So up to Monaco now, to Amelia Banks-Clark with Uma Z. Monaco had 8 as well from round 1 and have a clear from Sophia Aurelia Georges. Quite an exuberant horse. This is a 12-year-old mare. We do have one down though in the double combination. Remember, Monaco only have 3 riders. Looks like a hoof in the water there as well. Not sure if we're picking up penalties for that. It looks pretty well in there to me. She just gets quite deep into some of these fences and it makes it quite difficult for Uma Z to pick up. So yes, we will finish on 8:65.91. Another very, very quick time. But the 8 for the Monégasque rider is going to put them on a total of 16. They drop into 8th place now. And it raises France and Switzerland up 1 spot. So back to Great Britain. Third rider in for the British team is Ted Bastian Mason with Chaco Bay. Sadly, this combination were eliminated in round 1. So we hope very much that that won't happen to them in round 2. Great Britain on a score of 8. Quite deep into the double, but no problem for Chaco Bay. Jumping is no problem for this pair at all. It's just really unfortunate that they had that elimination. Had a really good look at the water, but safely through there. He's now taking a much wider line back to the wall. Oh, what a shame. And this is where they had the problem in round 1 as well. What a shame. Well, Ted Bastian Mason has tried his absolute best there with the wall, but that is where they've come unstuck, unfortunately. So it's elimination for the British rider once again. Our next horse is Casali, won by Casal, as the name suggests. And this is ridden by Eric Hernani Yalba. This pair jumped clear but picked up 2 time penalties in round 1. Oh, tricky jump there for Eric Hanani Yalba. Gets really deep under the fence and that really wastes him some time. And that has a knock-on effect to the wall. Down come the bricks from the top there. Oh, not really what they would have wanted, and it racks the score up for the Spanish team. 4 is the eventual score, though. The time's not a problem this time, but it puts Spain onto a team total of 10. That's going to drop them below Great Britain, puts them into 5th place. 8th is Monaco as it stands. Equal 6th are France and Switzerland. And then Spain sit now in 5th place, with Great Britain just outside the podium in 4th place. Ireland and Italy are tied on 4, and Belgium are still out in front. Let's go back, though, to Ireland. Their third rider is Robbie Sheehan with Fubalia. Fubalia is this 14-year-old mare, and this pair jumped really well in round 1. A clear round for Ireland. If they can clinch another clear, that means that Ireland would finish on that score of 4, because they already have 2 clear rounds. The Irish team, of course, been really successful in these Young Rider Nations Cups. They were the winners of the pony category at leg 1. Looking, as I say, to gain maximum points for the season standings, not only in this competition. Both of those things are equally as important. But it is clear once again for Robbie Sheehan, and that means that Ireland will not need to jump their final rider. They may well do so, but they will add nothing to round 2 because they already have the 3 clears. And 4 is the team total for Team Ireland. Already have scores decided with 3 clears for 2 teams, and that is not something that we see very often at all. Italy are up next with their third rider. It's Sherry Delphi Maquinas with Viti. Again, clear in round 1, but Italy now on a score of 4. Sadly, already Sherry has a fence down. A tricky jump there as well. Just needs to take a breath and get the balance back here. Italy came here on that 0 score from round 1. That's the crucial thing to remember. But in yesterday's competitions, and do go back and watch those on FEI TV in the archive if you have time, because there were some fantastic competitions with the placings changing all the way through the class. Down comes the final fence then as well for Sherry Delphi Maquinas. So that's a total score of 12. A real pity. It puts Italy onto a minimum score of 8. And very quickly things change. So it puts them level with Great Britain. Ireland climb up 1 spot into 2nd place. Belgium still are out in front. But this round really will tell us whether that is a position that's here to stay. Ella Bomere is a really experienced competitor. She's jumped in various Nations Cups for Belgium, so she knows exactly what needs to be done here. They have a clear and a 4 faulting round so far. And Ella Bomere with iWatch Vante Ameldonk Z are your next combination into the ring. Belgium absolutely swept the board at leg 1. That was, of course, their home leg of this Nations Cup series at Centaur Park. They won the Young Rider, the Junior and the Children's Nations Cups, just losing out on the pony category to Ireland. Unfortunately, France haven't been able to take advantage of that home location here. They only won in the... here goes a pole for Ella Balmeri. They won the Young Riders last night, but Ella Balmeri working on the 4 now, just through the triple combination. It has been a tricky part of this course, and it brings the Belgian team total up to 4. Now they are level with Ireland, and Ireland already have 3 clears. So they are home and dry. Belgium, though, still need to field their final rider. They could even finish on 8. So the final riders for each of the teams are coming up now. This is Luna Bensard of France with Gralaine AA. Luna, as I say, final rider for Team France, but France already have those 3 clears. So Luna is, of course, more than entitled to compete in this competition. But the French team are home with their 12 penalties. This is an interesting part of the course as well, as they turn to the wall, because a lot of the horses, and you saw Gralaine AA do this, they almost lock on again to fence 5. Just the 1 pole down then for Lona Bensard. Let's call hers the drop score, and France home and dry with a score of 12. 3 clears. Brilliant. Come through in the second round. Finishes on a score of 12. Raises them up to 6th place now, so they've already climbed 2 spots in round 2. For Switzerland then, the final rider is Leonie Alessandra Pelloni. With Jarabella TS. Steadily down to the first. Switzerland on a score of 12 as well, and they'll stay on that if they have a clear here. And Leonie did jump clear in round 1. However, 1 pole down, they drop in onto 16, and they'll go level with Monaco. Again, gets pretty close to that water tray. Need to be careful there. We don't want a hoof in the water. Big jump at the wall. But again, she's done a really nice job there of getting the balance back before the triple. Down to the last of this Devaku fence. And well under 70 seconds, super quick for Leonie Alessandra Pelloni, and clear for Switzerland. So we drop one of the scores of 4, and we just count 4 from round 2 to come home with 12, neck and neck with France. The final rider for Monaco is Paulina Kostenko. Paulina rides Orienta Van Het Orgoed, and they were clear in round 1. Monaco sitting on that score of 16, which has them in 8th place. But with no drop score, and only 3 riders, there's been a lot to do for these 3 young ladies. Oh, what a shame. Just gets a bit deep actually to the wall. We haven't seen too many people do that because it's so eye-catching. It's making the horses stand off quite a lot. But that comes down for Paulina, and she comes home just with the 4. So they add 12 in round 2, and their team total is 20. Monaco will finish in 8th place. So final rider for Great Britain now is Lottie Adams. Sadly, we had that elimination for Ted Bastian Mason. Lottie dropped 1 pole in round 1. Khaleesi is her ride. New combination to this level, new combination to the Nations Cups. She's looking to try to keep Great Britain on a score of 8. Would have them level with Italy. Pressure would very much be on. A clear would really see Great Britain climb up and sit potentially in 3rd place. Good at the water. She's doing really well to make sure that this stays adaptable. Lovely jumping through the triple. 1 fence left. She's got plenty of time. And Lottie Adams gets the clear for Great Britain. We lose the elimination. We don't add anything at all for round 2. Brilliant riding from the British team to get those 3 clears in round 2. And they stay on the score of 8. They are level with Italy. They are now ahead of Spain. And it's only Italy, Belgium and Ireland that could finish ahead. So Spain up next with their final rider, who is Paula Regil Cunharo and Herald Soge. Spain have 2 4 faulting rounds so far. Sadly, Paula was eliminated in round 1. So hopefully we can overcome those problems for round 2. Here we come now back to the wall. Nicely over this 2nd time. Just this combination left. Brilliantly ridden. And Paula Regil Cunharo puts all of those problems behind her. No problems in this 2nd round to finish on a 0 score. She gets the clear round in round 2. Spain will count the 4 and they finish on a score of 10. That has them in 5th place. Ireland lead the way. They already have 3 clears. Sam Widger, though, is going for a 2nd bite of the apple. He was eliminated in round 1 with Jeronice Diesenbeck Z, who is looking quite fiery again. This is not an easy ride. Jeronice Diesenbeek getting really strong here, and Sam's just struggling to keep all of that together, but is certainly managing really well. Deep defence 9. But I have to say, I think just getting to the fences is enough of an achievement here with this round. One comes down at the first part of the triple. But somehow he has made it round to the last. That was very good riding. Not the easiest at all for Sam Widger. He just drops one pole. Let's call that the drop score because Ireland already have 3 clears and they are sitting at the top of the tree with 4. Italy sadly have dropped down the ranks somewhat. They were level at the top of the table with Belgium after round 1, but already they sit on 8. And it will very much depend on this round where they finish. In fact, it also will have an impact on Great Britain as well. It's Giacomo Martinengo Marche. He retired in round 1 because they already had 3 clears, so he saved the horse Lemato Price for this round. And we hope that it pays off for them. Plenty of spectators, great to see them lining the arena on the near side. Lots of supporters for these teams. We're still clear so far. Would have Italy tying with Great Britain on a score of 8. The placing would then go down to time. This is looking quick. Giacomo Martinengo Marche coming home with the clear. The only clear of round 2 for Italy. We drop the score of 12. We add 8 from round 2. They are neck and neck with Great Britain, tying as it stands for 3rd place. We'll update you on those times and the eventual placings when we have them. With just one team left to complete, it's Team Belgium. They sit in equal first at the moment with Ireland on the score of 4, so we may have a jump off for the win. But it depends on this young lady. It's Robin Vermeer with Copacabana of the Paddocks Z. Clearing round 1. One pole down sees Belgium go to a score of 8. A clear round sees a jump off for first between Ireland and Belgium. Well, Robin's working on the 4 already, so it is going to be a drop down for Team Belgium. And Robin Vermeer is turning away from the triple combination. Feels that Copacabana is getting a bit quick, a bit strong. Takes the turn to get the control back. This will be the drop score for the Belgian team. Down to the last, and the shock score of the competition is Robin Vermeer in round 2. It's 15. That means that Belgium count 8 and go down to 2nd place, tied with Italy and Great Britain. But Ireland are going to be your winners, hanging on to finish on a score of 4. Those 3 clears in round 2, clinching them the win. Huge congratulations to the Irish team. They were led by their chef de keep, James Kernan. And of course, made up of Charlie Flynn, Ted Fagan, Robbie Sheehan, and Sam Widger. Great teamwork from them to clinch the win for Ireland. Well, as you can see, the Arena Party are just getting things ready for the prize giving ceremony. The podium is being rolled into the ring. We'll just get that ready and then we'll bring you the prize giving ceremony for this Prix Laboratoire LPC, the final Nations Cup of the weekend, the Children's Nations Cup. Your winners are Team Ireland. That fantastic performance to finish on a score of 4. So stay with us. We will be back in a moment's time with the prize giving ceremony.
Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. And I just love your flashy ways, cause that's why they broke and you're so paid. Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. And I just love your flashy ways, cause that's why they broke and you're so paid. Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. And I just love your flashy ways, cause that's why they broke and you're so paid. Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. And I just love your flashy ways, cause that's why they broke and you're so paid. Hypnotize me. Hypnotize me. Hypnotize me. Hypnotize me. Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. And I just love your flashy ways, cause that's why they broke and you're so paid. Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. And I just love your flashy ways, cause that's why they broke and you're so paid.
Time after time, we're running on the fuels and just get by. Let's try, hitch a ride, pack your bags and leave it all behind. This is the start of for something I don't know where it's going. I don't want to hit the brakes tonight. This is the start of for something I don't know where we're going. Now we're passing our own stopping sign. Run red lights, run red lights. It's the late to hit the brakes tonight. Run red lights. much enjoyed the ride. It's my final try. Got everything I need except from time. This is the start, but for something I don't know where it's going. I don't want to hit the brakes tonight. This is the start, but for something I don't know where we're going. Now we're passing our own stopping sign. Run red lights, run red lights. It's too late to hit the brakes tonight. Run red lights, run red lights. It's too late to hit the brakes tonight. You, it's too late to hit the brakes tonight. You, it's too late to hit the brakes tonight. Run red lights, run red lights. It's too late to hit the brakes tonight.
I got my eyes on you. You're everything that I see. I want your high love and emotion endlessly. I can't get over you. You left your mark on me. I want your high love and emotion endlessly. 'Cause you're a good girl and you know it. You act so different around me. 'Cause you're a good girl and you know it. I know exactly who you could be. So just hold on, we're going home. Just hold on, we're going home. It's hard to do these things alone. Just hold on, we're going home. Home. I got my eyes on you. You're everything that I see. I want your high love and emotion endlessly. I can't get over you. You left your mark on me. I want your high love and emotion endlessly. 'Cause you're a good girl and you know it. You act so different around me. 'Cause you're a good girl and you know it. I know exactly who you could be. So just hold on, we're going home. Just hold on, we're going home. It's hard to do these things alone. Just hold on, we're going home. I think there's something, baby. I think there's something, baby. You're the girl, you're the morning. Gave you everything, I love it. I think there's something, baby. I think there's something, baby.
Well, here they come then, your winning team, Team Ireland. Great performances from the Irish team, led by their chef d'équipe James Kernan, to take the win in this Prix Laboratoire LPC. Leading the way with their flag flying high. Well, we'll be asking your winning team to dismount. And they were well-deserved winners. Just one pole dropped in round 1 and then 2 clears to bring them forward with a score of 4, and then 3 clears and 1 pole dropped in round 2 to clinch them the win. The team for Ireland were of course made up of Charlie Flynn with the horse Elia, Ted Fagan with Con Sol, Robbie Sheehan with Fubalia, and Ted Fagan and Robbie Sheehan both clinched double clears. Sam Widger then came back strongly in round 2 following a tricky performance in round 1 to contribute to this great win with his horse Jeronice Dijzenbeek Z. We'll be asking the winning team to dismount. And in fact, all of these teams to dismount. Quite a busy arena in there. Plenty of horses and riders in the ring. And we have the Belgian team here, led by their chef d'équipe Philippe Lacousse. The 4 team riders, Jérôme Danute, Maurice Riquière, Ella Bomere and Robin Vermeer. The British team there also filing in, led by Claire Whitaker, and they are made up of Rosie Smith, Honey Bowes, Ted Bastian Mason and Lottie Adams. And here we are looking at the Italian team on the far side, led by Piero Cota with Andrea Pisani, Maria Vittoria Galfuri, Sherry Delphi Maquinas and Giacomo Martinengo Marche. Those 3 teams all finished on a score of 8. And so they have all been invited in. We won't be having all 4 of them on the podium, as we have those 3 tying on points. So here are your winners. Team Ireland. He's 5 young men. Or 4 young men and 1 young lady contributing to that fantastic win for the Irish team in their characteristic green jackets. Hands in the air for the photos. And of course, we'll give them the opportunity to take some photos now to commemorate this occasion and celebrate their win. Well, congratulations once again to the Irish team, the winners of the Prix Laboratoire LPC, the Children's Nations Cup competition. And congratulations also to those 3 teams in second place, Italy, Great Britain and Belgium. The points for second, third and fourth will be divided between those 3 teams, and that's what they will have for the season standings. 5th place then goes to Team Spain, 6th to Switzerland and France tied, and 8th goes to Monaco. It's been a pleasure to take you through this competition and, of course, to take you through all of these Nations Cups across the week so far. I do hope that you've enjoyed every moment. I will leave you now with the final moments of the prize-giving ceremony, and do watch all of these competitions back on FEI TV at your leisure. Plenty to come. That will be the end of the Nations Cup series for Compiègne. And the season, though, does not stop there. The next leg of this FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth season will continue with Zdrujovice in the Czech Republic next. That will be taking place next week for the young rider, the junior and the children's categories. No Pony Nations Cup there. Great to see Team Ireland holding that trophy high. Maximum points for them today. And we look forward to seeing them back at a leg in the future. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody. And as I say, do keep up to date with all of the action live on FEI TV.
My tea's gone cold, I'm wondering why I got out of bed at all. The morning rain clouds up my window, and I can't see it all. And even if I could, it'll all be grey. But your picture on my wall, it reminds me that it's not so bad, it's not so bad.
play. Dance with me, make me sway. Like a lazy ocean hugs the shore. Hold me close, sway me more. Like a flower bending in the breeze. Bend with me, sway with ease. When we dance you have a way with me. Stay with me, sway with me. Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only you. Only you had that magic technique. When we sway, I go weak. I can hear the sound of violins long before it begins. Make me thrill as only you know how. Sway me smooth, sway me now. Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only you. Only you have that magic technique. When we sway, I go weak. I can hear the sound of violins long before it begins. Make me thrill as only you know how. Sway me smooth, sway me now. When the rhythm starts to play, dance with me, make me sway. Like a lazy ocean hugs the shore. Hold me close, sway me more.
I need you, boo. I gotta see you, boo. And the hearts all over the world tonight. Said the hearts all over the world tonight. Hey, little mama, won't you stutter? Hollow figure, yes, you're withering. I'm so glad to be yours. You're a glass, all you're running. Ooh, little cutie, will you talk to me? Swam my whole world's out, you're my sweetheart. And I'm so glad that you're mine. You are one of a kind, and you mean me what I mean to you. And together, baby, there is nothing we won't do. Cause if I got you, I don't need money, I don't need cars. Girl, you my all. And oh, I'm into you, girl, no one else would do. Cause with every kiss and every hug, you make me fall in love. And now I know I can't be the only one. Cause it's hearts all over the world tonight. The love that they like fulfill. The way I feel when I'm with you, with you, with you, with you, with you, girl. With you, with you, with you, with you, with you. For me, you know I care for you. You know that I'll be true. You know that I won't lie. You know that I will try to be your everything. Yeah. If I got you, I don't need money. I don't need cars. Girl, you my oh. I'm into you. No one else would do. Cause with every kiss and every hug, you make me fall in love. And now I know I can't be the only one. Cause 'cause it's hearts all over the world tonight. With the love that I fulfill, way I feel when I'm with you, with you, with you, with you, with you, girl. With you, with you, with you, with you, with you.
is living in my heart, so deep. Nostalgia, I like the way it feels. Nostalgia.
You've been quiet, baby. Don't you call me lately? Marvelous seems dead. Earth on me flat. But now it's up to me, hunting treasure. Fishing in the sea full of pleasure. Forgetting about you makes it better. Forgetting about you makes it better. But now it's up to me, hunting treasure. Fishing in the sea full of pleasure. Forgetting about you makes it better. Forgetting about you makes it better. For the longest time, roller coaster rides, all the ups and downs, they're over now. Have been great times, it's true. We have fun, I missed you, but you're gone so far, leaving me a scar. But now it's up to me, hunting treasure. Fishing in the sea full of pleasure. Forgetting about you makes it better. Forgetting about you makes it better. But now it's up to me, hunting treasure. Fishing in the sea full of pleasure. Forgetting about you makes it better. Forgetting about you makes it better. Want you to know it's over. There's no point in going back. Whenever you is over, hope that you get back on track. For you to find your soulmate, which certainly I'm not. Which certainly I'm not.